thirsty. 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 Thirsty.
Is it? Oh, fuck.
I just found a charred corpse.
That's horrible. With every update, I get more and more worried about you. I need you here, please. I don't know how much longer I can take it.
Yeah, I'm doing my best. Just give me some more time, okay? Just a bit longer. Shit! Seriously? God, I'm thirsty. 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 Rest. thirsty. 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 thirsty.
Music for the week. Yeah. Yeah, it's the same. No, it's not. Why would you stay there? You gotta be a fucking idiot. Like, you're a fucking idiot. You can't stay in a place that your hands gonna freeze off. Stupid. You deserve to have no fucking hand. You gotta have responsibility. Don't give a fuck about progress. Well, you know, look at that one thing. Can't be that smart. Or they don't want to learn. Some people just don't want to learn shit. They just want to stay stupid. That's awesome. And that's what it seems like, yeah. Like, people want them to stay, but they ain't no fucking bills. I need to go to work. Her mom doesn't want to work, so she doesn't work. I don't get that. Wolverine? What the fuck is a Wolverine doing over there? What's up for him? Let's see here.
Go to Eagle River and go to the nature center. Find a bear? You'll probably more than likely see a bear. We were at Kootenai, saw a black bear. Yeah. Went to Eagle River Nature Center, saw 2 brambles. How close were you to the ground? Here and there. They really don't want to mess with you. They want to do their own thing, but you get in between them with their cup, you're gonna wish you didn't. Man, I gotta say, Alaskans are hella nice. The friendliness rating out here is 10 out of 10. And I made it to the Soviet style of wartime story building military townhouses in entire towns approximate 200 full-time residents. Very pretty carpets, I'm sure. It's crazy.
Yeah. There's someone again. like a bulge. That's so cool. Hey, what's up, man?
Hey, what's up?
Shit, probably about to take a walk to the store, maybe, I don't know.
Turning directly on my call.
Mm-hmm.
Turning directly on my call.
Who's that?
Actually, it's just the episode of listeninggg playing against 3 days.
What, the stickler?
This is like going on me.
Yeah. Huh? I got mine paused right now. Let me see. Yeah, I'm on day 13. I lasted 13 days so far.
Oh shit, that's cool.
In the game, but in real life, it's like every hour is a day. So I only survived 13 hours in the game so far. Yeah, and I played way more than that though. I just kept dying. Shit ain't easy. But it's getting easier now that I'm figuring out, yeah, like how to survive in this type of climate where it rains and there's no water and barely any food. So let's see, 17, 53, plus 3. So it's almost 6 o'clock in the video game. So I'm like, what should I do? I think last time I was just building arrows. And I found like a gold mine in the game. It's pretty good. It's 2 players too. Like it costs more money to play 2 players. You gotta pay like $10 a month to play that. Yeah, the Fortnite is free if you ever want to get on the Fortnite and shoot some little kids that are playing. I don't know why I have fun doing that. Yeah, I have fun. I wish you could hear their reaction, like in the kill cam, like the kill cam that they have in Call of Duty. I think that would have been cool. Right now they got what's called proximity talk or whatever in certain games, but they're still testing it. But like people could only hear you like if they're right next to you in the game, and if they're not, they can't hear you. It's like that's what it's called, proximity chat with your character. So you can talk shit, you know what I mean? Like when you shoot them, be like, yeah, that's what you get. No, I'm just kidding. You be like, go to sleep. No, you know, it's fun. You know, because sometimes I just try to get them to rage quit after they lose, and they usually do. You know, and then you can make a funny dance too when you do eliminate them, which I pretty much do. Or you can do like what they do in Halo, and you just sit on their head. You remember that? You just sit on the head, and you'd be like, oh, those are my nuts, and you know, fights. In the video game world. In this game, you gotta make like a bow and arrow and stuff if you want. So I'm making just arrows, I guess. Diablo 4. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I wonder what. I haven't really seen the graphics, but I was thinking that, you know, I don't know, you played Skyrim? Yeah, I thought that's what they were going to do with Diablo. Like, maybe kind of like Skyrim, like you're walking around, but the storyline is Diablo. That's what I was thinking. yeah. Okay. So you're level 50
Need
now?
to rest.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what happened to one of my PS3s. I was playing the game online and then they used cheats and stuff. And then it deleted my whole freaking level, online playing level, which you need to get better guns and stuff. I was like, well, because that was when I was trying to get prestige at least once, which that's like mad hours. Damn it. This motherfucker fell asleep. I should have went to freaking. Nah, yeah, I didn't make it to the bed in time, so he passed out in front of the fire, the character that I'm playing, and because of that, I'm pretty sure he got worms again. Oh, that's what you're gonna get for Christmas? You're probably gonna get socks, I bet. Nah, I'm just kidding. You get socks, right? Oh yeah, I heard of, there was like an app. Yeah, I knew that was a good investment because you know, I know I just don't have the money to invest. I mean, I could, but I'm still on vacation, so I'm not really trying to. Because when you invest in stocks, you know, it's like gambling almost. So you want to invest money you don't really need, so then you can make more. Sleep, go to sleep. There we go. Yeah, so yeah, you see he fell off. In this game you gotta survive, so he fell asleep on the floor, and then again, every time that happens, it's just like you wake up and there's worms in your arms and your legs. Okay, there we go. And then you get all dirty if it's in mud, and then if you don't wash it, you get a skin infection. Yeah, that's what I'm playing. Let's see. I just need to look for super saving point. Oh, it's over here. Oh, damn it. Come on. Don't freeze. I don't know. No, not really. No, it's not that different. You know, that's why it's not that different. And I'm by a river, so the river, for some reason, I don't know, it makes it like warmer actually. Like warms up the air or something, or it takes a lot of the warm air, like, cause you know it's not frozen. The cold's on the bottom. I don't know. All I know is it's not that cold. There's just moisture. So when you walk outside on your face, you can feel your face getting all wet, even though it's not raining. That's one thing I realized. It's like a lot of moisture. And if it is in the winter, because it's not winter yet, but if it is winter, they be having like different, like I remember there was a winter storm and it was supposed to be like -20, but with the wind chill it was like -40, and then I was just walking, right? I walked like, I don't know, 30-40 minutes, and I had a face mask, right? But it wasn't even really working. And then even because I had the face mask, and even under the face mask my beard was still freezing. And I was like, what the fuck? It was like one of those, I swear, it was like Sub-Zero came out of nowhere. It was like walking down the street, and I started walking. And that's the same time I lost the map, this ancient map that I freaking had. I was pissed. Yeah, because the wind was like blowing, it was like trying to blow the book away from me. Because I acquired a really old Bible as well. but I lost the map. But I'm pretty good with memory, and so I know the map is basically of an ancient trail in Samaria or Syria. And it's like you know, like, because there was times when, you know, like in their country, like Samaria or Syria, because they keep changing the names of them, that, you know, there's people that believed in God, right? And people that believed in God were in harmony with people that didn't. But then eventually there was more that didn't, and then they tried, and then, you know. Oh yeah, those are family names. Those are like last names. They got so great. Yeah. Yeah, and in every one of those countries, they have people that believe in God, and the people that believe in God are usually the ones that make things happen, you know, and like they create things, and make inventions, make TV, make video games, like they make stuff like that, you know. And, yeah, they're geniuses, basically. They're geniuses, you know what I mean? Like that's one of the gifts you get when you choose that to follow. You get that, you get strength, you get wisdom, wise, and, you know. And then, you know, sometimes people don't like it, and then they say they're witches, or they say they're vampires, or fucking dumb shit, you know, like chupacabra or alien. No, I mean... into the universe you get back. So if you put a bunch of evil, your life becomes in shambles. And I see it happen time and time and again. Yeah, I mean, look how many people. It's like you know, like, and then. No, not really. No, but even the word Christmas means Christ Mass or Mass that followers of Christ. Not Jesus, it's different. And that's the thing, Jesus wasn't even in some of the ancient books, and so they would say Christ or Son of God. No, there's other ones that copy shit, like they copy it like with the holly. That's what I'm saying. The holly has nothing to do with Christmas. That's a different holiday. It's almost like the Yule Fest. It's like yeah, that shit. Yeah, which you see, I don't even. That's like some made up shit because like, and that's another culture that they make that shit up. You know, it's almost like the boogeyman. There's a boogeyman in your bed or in your closet. It's a made up thing. But like, and yeah, I don't know. And if you believe it, then maybe it might come true. I don't know. Or maybe you might become your own boogeyman. You know. But I don't know. It's based in lies, manipulation, and you know, especially when somebody doesn't know anything or doesn't know the truth, right? They could lie and believe it. And then it's like, tell a little kid. Well, there are some people with pointy ears in real life. Yeah, for real. You never seen people with those pointy ears?
Stupid piece of shit.
No, but you never seen people with pointy ears? Yeah, do you think the elf called himself an elf? Or was he just born with the ears and then other people were like, oh, I'm going to call him a name. We got to make up something. We're going to call him elf. If it's a black person, you think the black person was like going around like, I'm black. When it's like you're just born, it's like you don't look at your skin color and be like, what color is this? Until somebody comes to you and they'll be like, what are you? What, you're black? And you're like, neither. And then that is definitely a trap. It's a trap. So, you know, dehumanize another person because of what they look like. It's a way to dehumanize another person. So you're saying, you know, that's where that whole Aryan Brotherhood bullshit. It's not a, yeah, and if. Well, I know, like, one way you can see,
Oh,
I mean,
no.
yeah, is like,
You gotta be kidding me.
how long, that's what I think sometimes. I'd be like, how long would it be acceptable for somebody to lie to somebody they have, like, alliances with and stuff? And if they think it's like, oh, for self-preservation, that's where it becomes something different. That's not way of a warrior. That's not the way of the warrior, or the way of honor, or the way of the knight, or the way of the hero of the story. The hero, heroes don't do that shit. No, I mean, there's many ways people could take, but it's like, what do you want? You want like to see your, like, some people, they don't think this far into the future, but it's like, do you want to see your dad on TV for robbing a bank? Or would you want to be the child that does it and then dishonors the name, and then so it goes into a lot of that, and then I guess some people don't give a shit about this stuff, but I mean, bro, I barely, even when I was down there, I barely drink. It's like I'll buy the lightest beer that has barely anything in it, and it's basically like water at that point. But I don't do that every day. Like today, no, I haven't had no beer. No, why, you don't have any money? No. Oh, that's a different fucking story. But I could buy some beer right now if I wanted to. Wait, what happened? Oh yeah, wait, don't you get paid every month though? Oh, you're about to break down your door and beat you up now. I'm just kidding. You need a car, another car? Probably gonna be like $2,000 or $3,000. Or get a new one. Or get a new one. Yeah, but I mean, I don't know. I never did that shit. I never swapped engines out. I think it's a waste of time. I did it with transmission one time, and then a landlord towed one of my freaking cars up north, and fucking asshole. Anyway, yeah, and then it damaged the work that I had done to it. If you tow a car incorrectly at the right time, but and then you could go against it, but it's better to make sure you find another place that doesn't have ties to the place. Yeah, so that's one thing you're gonna have to deal with the farther you go up north, is that you're gonna deal with some people that they know renters' rights, but they don't give a shit. They'll rather go to the court and have the court thing happen and then evict you, and then you're still at stuff. So you gotta be smart. Definitely with that. Because there's... Oh, what, don't get red flagged as smart? I mean, when you're in school, they take all these tests, and they could basically say who's smart and who's not. And then in life, you could see a smart person doesn't really need a lot of people's help, right? So, I mean, and then when they do, they usually have, they're not just asking for free shit, And then, no, it's just you look out for that. I mean, a smart person is more like, you look out for me, I look out for you. One hand washes the other type, and it's better that way. Other people, they don't live by that. They're like, oh, it's just my family first. Because I guess, maybe their family never had anybody betray them, or never read books where, just because they're family doesn't mean they have your best interest. But usually family does have your best interest, depending on the culture, but not all the time. And then, getting used to being independent and not needing anybody. That's basically closer and closer to independence and maturity. And it seems like if we don't continue to go there, you know, we probably will become a slave of this system. Or the system, whatever system's in place. I know I got my motherfucking freedom. It's just, you know, I still, it's like when I gained this freedom, it wasn't like just to, it's like now I got more that I can do, you know, what I'm supposed to do. Like, write what I see, and focus on my body, getting in a, you know, I walk like 5 miles a day like nothing now. And then also when you go up north, you've been up north, you're gonna, you know, like the gravity is a little bit higher up here. Yeah, so the weight's way more up here, believe it or not. And I was just, yeah, and then the goats be doing that shit like nothing. Wait, 16. Wait, what the fuck? This don't make no sense. One of my files says day 14, but it's day 15. I don't fucking know. Nah, but you know how video games are. They be glitching and stuff, and then the file gets fucked up, and then you gotta start all the way from the beginning. I already deleted my file, so if I do that shit again, I don't know if I want to even play this again for a while. But yeah, I mean, nah, I don't drink all the time, man. Like, it's just, yeah, I mean, I did 8.5 months in a motherfucking sober house with a bunch of motherfuckers that actually were alcoholics and shit. Fucking missing toilet seats and shit, and fucking, like, not only alcoholic though, meth and all that other shit. Every drug you could think of. But they did so much that, yeah, they become homeless. That's what it seemed like, that they did so much that they became homeless. And they have family, but, you know, yeah, they have family, but the family's like, I'm fed up, so you gotta be here for a certain amount of time. And they take drug tests every week. And they could test for anything, like meth, cocaine. It tests for everything. They could tell if you drink alcohol within 3 days just by you peeing in a cup. And then if, yeah, that's, you know, because they got really good fucking cups. And then anybody could buy them on the East Coast. It's just some places they only want to look for marijuana and like heroin and cocaine. They don't want to look for like meth and or acid and stuff like that. They don't want to look for that. And then I went to some cities that they were like, yeah, because I had an idea, I wanted to drug test everybody in City Hall. And then they were like, oh, if you did that, a bunch of people are going to get fired. And there'd probably be a revolt or something. I'm like, I'm not scared of that shit. I mean, we're the American Revolution. Well, you know, because they're revolutionists. And the word revolution means we're going to make things better. I mean, and it's always going forward. And the next generation is supposed to do this, or not only the generation, but the next people, you know, the Lois and Clarks and stuff. That's what American is. Not, you know, fucking not wanting to be free. Freedom, you know, is the American way. Where we don't pay taxes the rest of our lives. You know, and then you see, like, if Native Americans that were actually from certain parts, like, remember, like, my ancestors aren't even from this land, so they're from down south, and my 4 generations are from north, but they're from Ireland, so, you know, they're basically foreigners, but then they fought in the military, this and this, that, you know, they're American. They lived here for so fucking long, so many generations. But that's another thing. I think everybody got a different idea on what's American. I think American is where I could get a plot of land, I don't have to work more than 7 years, and I could do whatever I want with that land. Like I could build on there. I could build a fucking tree house if I wanted. And ain't nobody gonna tell me I can't. And if they do, then I'm gonna think they're British. You know what I mean? I'm gonna think they're British and they ain't fucking American because that's what a British. That's what the king. The king wanted to own every. That king wanted to own everything, and then you don't own shit unless you're his bitch. And I'm not that type of person. You know, I don't go and like kill people's families and then raise their kids to be my soldiers. I wouldn't do that shit. Because one of you think, I mean, that's what, like, people are so stupid. It's like, yeah, you killed my whole family, and then you want me to go to your military? I'm gonna act like I don't know anything, but as soon as I get the chance, I'm getting the fuck out of here. Like, I ain't stupid. Other people get brainwashed, though, and I think they like this shit. I don't even know. That's what I'm saying, you know, even like, you know, they don't want people to think that, that the hero ended up finding his soulmate and then leaving, you know what I mean? Going to another place and probably changing their names and stuff, you know, that's usually what they do. Uh, and then the other people make up stories like like it's almost like if there was a real story of a Spider-Man, and then the other person deletes all this or burns all the Spider-Man books, and then makes another one and it's like Spider-Man was a bit tries to portray like Spider-Man was weak and shit. They believe their own bullshit, and I'm like, yeah, you guys been doing, and they do it like every 30 years. They'll make up another fucking story. It's almost like a conspiracy theory, but then they're saying like it's true.
Alright, I'm done talking.
What are you about to get into?
I'm just gonna go for a nap.
Yeah. Yeah, I know if you do end up moving up north, I know a couple places that you can pay rent. It would be like between 700 to 750, and then you get to spend yourself. I don't know how much you get a month, but what would that be? You get $200 you can spend on yourself on something. You know. Yeah, and you can sell weed too up north. You know, you can grow up plants and stuff. And
Hell yeah. Or Caribbean.
no, you can't. They let you know when you get your medical card.
Is it legal?
Hell yeah, it's legal. It's legal. It's the same rules. You know, it's like you only can have a certain amount of you in your car at one time. If you get pulled over, and you're not supposed to like be high while driving. It's kind of hard to tell, but I know down there they do have the breathalyzers. They just don't use them that much for the marijuana. But I think it would go to show that a lot of people did get arrested that they weren't high or nothing. They just had allergies or they were tired from working third shift or some bullshit. But I rather do the motherfucking breathalyzer shit. Oh, that, and then probably and that's the thing, like some people they want to keep it like it was back in the '70s in Bangor, where people used to like chill on their porches and smoke weed and stuff. And in Connecticut, that's more seen as like ghetto. And then you will draw attention because people are like, "Oh, you got weed? Where do you get weed from out here? I'm not from here."
Yep, all those are Nazi concentration camp surveys. Don't forget Nazi force. So they try to indoctrinate pretty hard too. So
Yeah, yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Even like Germany, yeah, some of them that they believed in God at the time, they weren't Jewish. They weren't supporters of the extermination of the Jews and stuff. And then I think it was predominantly Catholic then. Um, I, but that's what I'm saying. Like people would be like, "Well, I'm Christian and stuff," and then I'm like, I don't think it ever said we had to. But that's what some people, their way of saying that they believe in the Son of God, but they don't believe that His name was Jesus.
everything's gonna be okay.
Oh yeah.
I owe my mom $30.
Oh well, that's good that you and your mom building that relationship.
Yeah, I just stole $30 from her. It's
Um,
my cousin.
Hopefully she doesn't. For what?
But she had, I'm gonna give it right back to her. Just 'cause I really needed it, and I wasn't willing to, or yesterday and the day before. And I'm like, oh, hold on, I'm worried. I
Yeah.
just need to calm down some good indoor vapes.
Yeah, you know how much you can get a gram in some of the stores up north? You can get a gram for only $3.
Oh shit, $3.
I swear it's a good. Yeah, and it'll be some fire shit too. It's yeah, $3 a gram. So then yeah, but it's still cheaper if you buy the whole ounce. It would be more like $2 a gram almost. 28 plus 28, 30, 30, 60. Yeah, it's pretty much $60 an ounce.
$2 an ounce.
$2 a gram would be what, like roughly $60 an ounce.
Oh yeah, 60.
If it's $2 a gram. Yeah, literally, not for nothing. That's what I'm saying. A pack of cigarettes is like the cheapest pack they got out here is like $5 or $6. So you get a gram of weed is actually weed is cheaper than cigarettes out here. And then a lot of times when you're walking, it's like people got all this weed and shit, and they're just looking for cigarettes. They're like, get a cigarette, but they're not from here. So that's what I'm saying. You know, this is like almost like parts of Alaska that people want to live in Alaska because Alaska pays money and stuff, pays good and stuff. But I mean, you can't just go to. I mean, I guess you could, but it's the same thing. Some people just go there and they're like, take care of me. I'm Native American. And then you're like, so where's your family? They're all drunks. And I'm like, so what are you gonna do about it? And then they had the. And so they had this one dude, and he was like, I had to stay outside last year, and he's like, and my fingers froze off, and I'm like, you're a fucking idiot, because if you're a real native, you would know how to survive and dig a fucking hole and make an igloo. But especially if you're Alaskan native. But that's what I'm saying. They're native, but they're not native to Alaska, and that's why most of them, they don't know shit about snow. And then in my head, I'm like, why the fuck did you move over here? And the smart people that their ancestors were Alaskan, but they had to move to like the East Coast at some point. Ended up moving there when they were like in their 20s, and then building a good life. And then because they went, then some of their family moved as well. To over there, and they're doing good. They got towns that you can only buy a certain amount of alcohol a month. Yeah, it's a little different. So over there, it's like, so what they do is they make their own alcohol usually, and sometimes, and then like for years people were hunting whales down there for food, and then they try to ban it, and so, but I don't even know how they could even ban things like that. Like, because North America, the American settlers in the past, that's what they used to light their candles and shit. And they wrote stories like Moby Dick and shit. So I mean, it's like, oh, so now it's illegal that you guys don't need it anymore. Yeah. Are you going to the Christmas in the village down there?
Oh, hell yeah, man.
It's in South Meriden.
Yep.
Yeah. They give like free like cocoa and. Oh, the lights? Oh yeah, that's fun when you have a car. I did it one year where I parked my car, and it was the Christmas lights and stuff, and I walked to. It's called Mine Island, Mine, where the old mine was, and I went with a stick, and I looked at one of the reflections, and I looked like Moses. And I was just like, what I would think Moses would look like. And I was like, oh shit, I'm gonna put the stick down. I don't want anybody to think I'm Moses. The ready people down there were thinking I was Jesus, and I was like, no, I'm not. And they're like, you are. And I'm like, would Jesus deny if he was or not? I don't fucking know. I'm like, why would Jesus go to New Haven, Connecticut? Jesus doesn't eat my body. He has his own body. mean, I don't even know if his name is Jesus, though, because he never told me his name was Jesus, but that's just what the book says. I got altered a bunch of times. But I think if the name would have been, if his name was very important, he would have told me his name, but he didn't. And then it reminds me where it says, hallowed be thy name, that, yeah, my name is one part, but you can't contain me all in what my name is. My name, even my title, or any of the followers, their titles, you know. Like some people, they're, you know, there's other types of, you know, like lords and kings and stuff. But I haven't met. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, even like the Son of God, they were calling him the King of Jews, right? He never said he was the King of Jews, though. He never even said he was the king of any of those people. And then he'd let people, he reminded people, he was like, if I was king of these people, why they wouldn't be putting me on the cross? And people wouldn't just be standing by, you know. But it was supposed to be like, because of what happened, you know, that now he has authority over a lot of the people on the planet. Yeah, whether they get life or death, pretty much. Which is a pretty good, I mean, you know, because crucifixion is not just murder, you know what I mean? It's torture as well. So it's like, even with the tar and feathering, that's considered torture. Like when I was younger, I was like, oh yeah, that's what you get, no taxing. And then I was just like, but tar is hot as shit. They put hot tar, so at that point, it's torture. So that wouldn't be right. I wouldn't condone that. Because I know that's just his job, and I'm gonna just be like, I ain't gonna give it to you. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. All right, man. All right, peace. What?
If you use castor oil, you'll grow your... If you use castor oil... You're wanting to grab up an ex... Are you?
It's like genuine.
Archaeologists unearthed the says they will find evidence that the British Republic being funny. Here it is. Introducing king brick to an otherwise red one. No, I didn't notice that because we were building the other side. It wasn't until we got up to there that we spotted it, which means it's embedded Archaeologists and unearthed since they will find evidence about the British Republic being flooded by activities, introducing pink brick to an otherwise red one. Now, I didn't notice that because we were building on the other side, but when I looked there, I was spotted it, which means it's embedded forever. And if it was you who did this, I hate you.
went over there. Ooh, funny.
securing your financial future. Told in the past about why. A complete guide to buying gold. Actually, you should know. Platinum. My new spec. Inside gold ownership. When your portfolio is close local, along with authority gold, these two reports provide powerful, practical insight for building a stronger and more confident future. You'll also learn how physical gold can grow your portfolio in the years to come. Call now to get both reports free with your gold ownership guide. Pick up the phone and call America's Gold Authority, U.S. Money Reserve, with more than 2 decades of actions and more than 1 million clients. What about if we can actually make magic snow? Do it?
Yes.
Mommy, where is the snow cone maker? Okay, let me see. We need some stuff that actually looks like snow. Hey, why don't we just actually take a couple pieces of this magic?
Oh, maybe I can make syrup on the paper.
Yeah. Yeah. Do you make snowflakes? Yeah. Really little pieces of snow going all over. Alright. Alright. So, keep this place clean. Alright. Now, do you believe we can actually make snow appear? What's the magic word? That's a really big mess. Alright. Winter weather's been crazy. Cheers to winter, huh?
Yeah, it's been crazy lately.
Yeah, that's good. I wonder what's gonna be for dinner. I think it's gonna be pasta. Pasta? Pasta sounds good. I know. Put that there. Here, because well, not like that. It's like the very bottom, so I'm gonna put it here. And this, where out of this stuff? Yeah. The boat.
How long have you been here for? Weeks, I think.
Summer calendar.
Yeah. Got gigs in Chicago and out in California. Oh, yeah. She's okay with it?
Oh, she misses him. Seems clear, but it would still be nice weather there.
She's been being gone out lately. She's got a hiding. But no. The project is taking longer than expected.
How long are you expecting to go?
What a day.
Are you sure
the others. Well, you're off.
Leah, what do you want? I don't know. Probably some clothes for my dog. What's your favorite subject in school? Mine's science. Mine is math. Mine is nice. My teachers also know that. Only time I get to eat is at lunch. Hold them with her hair. Okay. Mine does gymnastics. She can do the split. And she can do this. Hey, Mom.
Oh no. Yeah, cruises will do that to you. Everything's great. Keith and Scotty. Hear your voice. Well, Scott, Keith is gone all clear and it's hard for me too. I'm in his house all by myself and things together. Claire, it's just getting hard and I just don't know if I'm being a good mom.
And so, yeah, I think this is the year too that would be important for the kids to write what they want for Christmas, but only write 7 things. Yeah, you know what I mean? Because that's, yeah, and then, then they, because just wanting, but it would be better to like show it in front of them, sort of like I did when I was a kid. It was like me, Rosa was the one that brought it up, and I was like, oh yeah, we used to make Christmas lists. I remember I was trying to make mine as long as possible so I could get as much shit as I wanted, but as like around AZ's age that's when you start realizing you're like, what do I really want? You know what I mean? Do I want the video game just because everybody else wants it? But on Thanksgiving, I think it's good for them to stick on their tablets, because that's the thing I would do. I would go play video games with my cousins, and then there was sometimes Inca, when she was still dating Billy at the time, that they would watch a movie and they would have their own little drink, and then I would try whatever drink they had because I wanted to see, and I'd be like, damn, that shit's fucking strong. And I just like the taste. I don't like what it does though, because that's the thing. I like the taste. I just don't like how. You see, when I was that age, my body, I don't know, it's weird. It was like when I was that age, it was like really, I just liked the taste, but I didn't like what it, I don't like going to the store and buying a bunch of phones like I did one time. Drinking too much with her and one of her friends. And then their logic is if we buy all this alcohol, and then that's why I didn't drink for like a long ass time, because I was like, man, that's way too much alcohol. I don't even want to smell that alcohol that she bought last time. And then even Jose, like, because now I'm basically how old Jose was. You remember when Jose moved in with you, pretty much? Actually, he was a little older than me, but now I'm seeing why when I was younger it wasn't affecting me the way it was affecting him, you know? Because he used to drink a lot too, and it's like when you get older, your body's like, you get heartburn, yeah, like he said, you get heartburn. Because, you know, heartburn, you get stomach ulcer or whatever, because your stomach, you know, it kills the bacteria, you know, if it's too strong, it kills the bacteria. And right now, the best thing to drink would be apple cider, but I cannot find a good fucking apple cider beer. I haven't been able to find one anywhere. I know I can make a problem my damn self, because they showed me how to do that when I was a kid. I was just like, I don't have all this stuff. Because I'd have to smash a bunch of apples, put it in this, the way I was taught, put it in this bottle, and then let it sit there for a while, then get a strainer and filter all the chunks out. I don't remember how long, but I think it only takes like a month to make beer, actually. Like, that way, the old school way, apple cider. It's like the first day becomes apple cider, second day becomes apple beer, or apple cider beer. Yeah, and I saw one of these dudes that he looked like he was doing good. He lives around this area too, like, and he moved over here too. But you know, he's been trying to make a sober beer. He's like, every time I'm trying to make a sober beer, it's like all the people just want to smoke. I remember the first time I met him, right? He was like, man, I fucking hate this bus. He's like, so you guys got all these fucking retards riding on the bus, like, because he's not from here, you know what I mean? But he's a little bit, he's like around your age actually, but he looks like around my age, kind of. But you can see when somebody has, like, I know me personally, when I have a beer the next day, I look like my bags, I get baggy in my eyes, and I look all fucking like hungover and shit, which I don't like. But it was good to see him. I was like, yeah. I was like, believe it or not, I was like, I drink a beer every now and then, and just because I went to that program, you know, doesn't mean. I just know some people just can't handle their shit, including myself. Now that I'm older, I can't even drink hard shit because it makes me want to pass out. And I realized in the summer I could probably drink a little more actually, but like these waters that I be getting, it's basically water. You know, because I think it's better for, you know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. Like, I had a bunch of friends growing up, and I didn't realize that they were alcoholics, and then they were hanging out with me because, you know, like sometimes alcoholics, they burn their bridges with their other friends. And then I remember my Mexican neighbor that he would buy expensive ass shit, and he's like, come on, man, why don't you buy this? I'm like, bro, I was like, you see my car? I was like, every car I get, it's like I gotta put all this money in. And I barely have enough, so I buy I'll buy beer. You can buy the hard shit, but I like beer. And he's like, but he doesn't like beer. That's what I'm saying. Everybody's different. But we would go like, you know, it's kind of like a thing, you know, because he's Mexican and I'm more like, I was raised in Connecticut, you know, like sort of like you, so I'm more like Connecticut. He kind of was too. But yeah, he also didn't know who to trust either, you know. Because he was doing really good at it in life, right? And then he was driving a van, and then he got in a car accident, and it like fucked him up. It seems more like a cousin. And that's what I'm saying, like, the way I see the Mexicans, I see them as my cousins, you know, because they're from more Central America. Like, Jose is like a cousin to me, you know. Where I see, even though he sees me like a brother, I see him more like a cousin. And maybe like a co-worker, you know, because we work together. And then you see, he tried his restaurant, so he was able to see that, you know, it's not easy having a restaurant. I'm running a restaurant during these times right now. So what are you watching on TV? You just watching 365 Black? Yeah, you see the little kids? You see there's some kids that like stuff. There's some... I'm watching TV, right? They got some little girls that like stuffed animals, and then they got other girls that like video games a little bit more, but they still hang out with each other. They don't care about that. Yeah, and then, you know, even when I go to the store, people do realize when I go to the store, it's like a bunch of other people show up out of nowhere. It's like, I know, this is weird, isn't it? That's crazy. I'm watching the BLK, and you can see one of the daughters that she comes from a family they didn't take care of her, because on her face she has these markings that, you know, like, remember how, like, one of Lillian's daughters had ringworm because she wasn't taking care of them?
No, we're just gonna talk about it.
Because you could either get it from jumping in the sewer like I did, because I was an idiot, and I like exploring, and the other way you can get it is by not taking a shower for like 2 weeks.
Get some sleep.
Yeah, and I think, yeah, it's just hard for some people to be nice. Maybe that's what it is, you know. That's what I think my dad has. He has a problem with being nice. And he's nice to the wrong fucking people. That's what I noticed when I was getting older. I'm like, you're nice to the old... And when he would wrestle his friends, which, like, I wrestled with, like, some of my friends, we would wrestle and stuff. Because that's like a brother thing. I really didn't like that shit, though, you know what I mean? But, you know, because they would always take it fucking serious. And then they think I'm taking it serious. I'm like, come on now.
Bedtime. Bedtime.
Yeah, and you see the kid wants to stay up till midnight, you know what I mean? That's fucking normal. You're supposed to let the kid stay up, see how long they can stay up for. Because then what does that procuring? You're teaching them to search for the truth. They want to see if Santa's real or not. And then this was where you guys could tell them the story of St. Nicholas, the true story. Which some of the people know about it out over here, actually. You know, some of the, like, that moved here. But, you know, that's what I'm saying. Like, a lot of people I talk to, they don't see it like I chose to move here. It's like, in a way they kind of did, because they moved their feet, but it was like kind of like this is where, like, a lot of people, they go with the flow, like, where God is trying to, when he closes doors, it's like, go through the one that's open. And you can see that over time. Some people get used to it. I'm getting used to it, but some of it just, and I could differentiate the difference between my real dreams and here. My dreams would be weird as shit sometimes.
I saw this commercial about guaranteed acceptance life insurance, no health questions. They're really true.
Ray, I'm so sorry for your loss. Yes, it's true.
Yeah, it's like, because this is the thing, right? I have memories that I don't know where they came from, right?
Between the ages of 50 and 85, you can get up to 20.
But then also, right, his memories, God's not giving me all my memories back. And so I'm thinking, like, some of them he does want me to remember. Like, things that I went through or things that I accomplished.
It's such a relief to hear.
Because if I do know some of my feats that I accomplished before I came back, right? You know what that means? My ego, because I've been battling my ego, like crazy. It's crazy. Like, I don't even have really an ego, but it's like the more I stay by myself, it's like I hear probably stuff I don't even realize, where it's like,
If you're between the ages of 50
it's not really good. Like, you know. And then I'm like, when I think like that, I'm like, what is it? Am I exhausted and I'm tired? And then I'm realizing that has to do with a lot. And I'm like, well, why am I so exhausted? If you talk to the wrong person, they're going to tell you got depression. But no, I'm like, why am I so exhausted? But I did a lot. I have done a lot in the last short amount, a little bit of time.
Such a weight off my shoulders.
I'm so glad you do. That peace of mind is exactly
And
what I
then
want to provide.
the other part of, you know, the mind is like, you're not doing enough. But I'm not the only one that their mind says that, you know. And then we need reassurance. And it's almost like because of where we were from, where it was like, that mentality is what kind of kept us going to work and stuff. You know, it kept us, you know, like I gotta run, I gotta like show the difference between my work and another person's work.
That's right. The Medicare annual enrollment period is now, but it ends December 7th. 2026 Medicare Advantage plan.
And I'm watching like they're in Alaska and this one lady is like, yeah, she's like, they don't want to work. And then her daughter's with her too. And she's like, Mom, you already know I don't want to work. And I'm like, oh yeah, and she's like, yeah, my mom's disabled. She can't think normally. And it is because, you know, that's what I'm saying. You see, like every family, like when I was talking to one of my friends, every family name, like the Phoenician family or the Jewish family, those are families. You know what I mean? In all reality, their cultures, and then became religion, I guess, over time, because religion is a combination of traditions and cultures, which is families, so rules and morals and regulations that they act like. I can't believe you keep showing the stupid Medicare bullshit. This is why I never really liked it. Cable. Because you know some old lady's gonna call that fucking number. And we got 4 million calls. And the person that let them put it on TV, they're like, this person, after this advertisement, they got over 4 million people signed up. Yeah, because some people, when they see it on the TV, they're going to be like, oh, it must be a legit business.
I'm going to share sign process.
Teach you all the little things business schools forget to teach you.
Are you sure you have to file tonight?
Yes, unfortunately. It's New York emergency according to Frank.
What kind of client wants you to fly to New York the day before Christmas Eve?
The one that pays for this house.
But it's the day before Christmas Eve.
Which is why poor man.
You better get the red eye. Who has a red eye? Oh no, sweetie. Your dad has to go on a trip. For New Year?
No, tomorrow.
Tomorrow? What time tomorrow? Claire, stop yelling. What time is your flight? You can't do it tomorrow. Tomorrow's the day before Christmas Eve.
I'll be back by the next morning.
The morning? What time in the morning? Clara, stop yelling. What time is your flight tomorrow?
8:15 tonight. I'm gonna make a phone call.
We have so much to do today. What about our pool?
We can still do those things, Clara. Yeah, we're gonna figure it out.
Why is it barking so much?
I don't know. Let me go check on him.
How much did we have to go?
Oh yeah, Frank. It's just taking more time than I expected. But we'll get it done. I'm here. Yes, that sounds good, Frank. Well, great. I'll see you tomorrow. Yes. Thank
gonna be some.
Like gingerbread cookies?
No, a gingerbread house.
It's gingerbread, but it's a house. It's really fun. And you can also add a stove with kids, like kissy canes, gumdrops, sour.
Oh, you like that?
Love them.
Oh. Should you get her some money?
Yeah, we have to get a few more things, but we have mostly ingredients.
I can't wait to try them when I get back.
Oh, you have your flight back tomorrow, right?
Yes, 24th at 6 a.m. I should be back by 8.
Okay.
What does Linda mean?
Just the name of someone with a lot of money.
Do you celebrate Christmas?
Yes, he does. Just that there's so much at stake that I have to do.
I'm really upset with him right now.
It's work. It's what happens when you get older.
Well, when I get older, I don't want to have a boss.
Well, that means you have to work very hard to make that happen.
Piece of cake.
Are you sure you want to take Lyft there? I can drop you off.
No. I'm going to be asleep soon. I'll be okay.
Is that your ride already?
Let's bring it back to you.
Okay. You have your wallet?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, I'll help you with your bags. Come on, Clara. Say bye to your dad. Well, hurry back. I love you.
You too. Love you too, sweetie. Bye.
Be careful.
Whoa.
Okay, let's go.
Dad better be here tomorrow, or else.
He is. He already got his flight back. Are you gonna help me fold? Or are you just gonna keep folding?
Yeah. I don't know how to fold.
Yes, you do. See? There you go.
Kind of.
What do you want to do tomorrow?
Maybe let's make our gingerbread house?
We can do that.
Yeah. Maybe let's play outside?
Yeah, that'll be fun too. We can go to the park.
Sure. I want to watch TV.
Hold that shirt. I'll be nice and watch TV. Take a little break.
There we go. Watch the TV.
Here. Oh, thanks. You tired? Yeah, me too. It's been a long day.
And then she rips all the food off of the table. But then the parents, the grandparents that are raising her are all like, "What are you doing?" And then I'm looking at the conversation. The conversation's like, "Yeah, she got beat up by when she knocked all that food down." But that's what I'm saying. Elijah, Josiah, none of them ever did anything like that. So that's what I'm saying. They're not spoiled. So that's something that spoiled kid would do.
You can get a well-cared Medicare Advantage plan with $0
Yeah, and I think she needs to like plan how she's gonna talk to the younger ones about their dad. But she's keep pushing it away. It's not gonna be good in the long run. Because once he is 12, legally he has a right if he wants to. Yeah, but I told him what wise people told me. You could have like, it's like you could have a bunch of dads, but you could only have one mom. Yeah, because you guys say it a different way. You know, you say it a different way. You're like, I don't need a dad. You know what I mean? And they don't say it like that. You know what I mean? But they need to hear the other side, because that's out of anger why you guys say stuff like that. And that's how you guys got through it. You know what I mean? But you got to understand that they male and male boy and girl both go through it differently, right? Miku, when my dad went away, you remember she used to like cry and wait by the window. You didn't see me waiting by the window. That's what I'm saying. People deal with certain things in life differently. What I saw, I was like, yeah, I'm kind of glad he's not here now. I could be the man of the house. Yeah, I know. I knew him since I was 4 years old. So I mean, I know how it is. I mean, and then I used to visit him. I know how it is. I know how it is. It's just different. That's what I'm saying. It's different. Yeah, but I'm saying like the way you guys are going to be able to relate to them would be more like the grandma, the nurturer, and his mom, like the nurturer and the one that's going to always check on them, make sure they're not getting in trouble. But she needs to take like a step back from like Elijah, and not for nothing, Josiah in a way, because they're adults now. You know what I mean? And they deserve and they deserve to be treated like as an adult, not like as a little kid. But that's what I'm saying. Sometimes the parent, they can't help it, but they see the kid as a little kid. And then you got other ones like my dad that he was like, you're just so cute when you were little. And I'm like, no fucking shit. Like, what we look like little babies, and then we grow up, and then you either get the pointy eyebrows or you don't, you know. Tell you what, Josiah's doing stuff my dad can't even do, right? And he don't got no Section 8. He don't got no kid. But he's doing it. What he's doing, he's making the bar high. You know what I mean? High as shit. And Elijah's making the bar high too for not getting arrested. And they all do like good things. But I don't want Elijah to feel bad that his dad is mom's. You know what I mean? I think it's good to be able to go back. I'm trying to tell them that, like, I was like, yeah, there was many times I had to go back to Cetus because, you know, I fell behind on the rent, couldn't find work. And she was always willing to let me stay, you know? Because that's what a good parent would do. You know what I mean? I mean, I would think, you know. But to do that, the parent would have to have the place ahead of time. And when the parent doesn't, then it's like, oh, so there's a level of parenthood and responsibilities. But yeah, little birdie was telling me that, you know, that they think that Billy moved up here, but he ended up in a psych ward or whatever. And I was just like, that's not good. No, I'm not going to talk to them about their own, what I hear, because I don't know if it's true or not. But in my head, I'm just like, I'm just reminding my mom not to give them a place to stay. And my sister too. Because he's not coming over here to stay. If he's going to do what he did last time, he just came for a little bit. Oh, people watching me, I'm leaving, you know. No, because I just don't want people. No, but that's what I'm saying. You see, okay, that's a. No, yeah, he did help me a good amount of times, and that's what I'm saying. I want to keep it like that, where we help each other, like with moving and stuff. Yeah, you got to talk by the window, because you're not talking by the window. It's going in and out. You know, when you talk in your hallway, I can't hear you that well. Or when you talk by the kitchen, I can't hear it that well. Hello? Yeah, your fucking service sucks right now. What? But if he does stay sober, I mean, that would be good. I think that's what he needs. He's more nicer to me when he's sober. Hold up, maybe it's this. I'm gonna try to put you on speaker, but my phone's, I can see my bars. I could. All right, you want to try talking now? Yeah, you see, you're talking by your phone or something. You're talking about not by the window like you usually talk to me, because it's breaking up. Or you're talking in your bathroom or something. No, I know what you're doing. You're breathing into the phone. You're not supposed to breathe into the phone when you're talking, because the air is going to blow into it and it's going to sound like... You know what I mean? Okay, now I can hear you. Now I can hear you. You see, that's what it is. No, just don't blow in. Just don't blow into the bottom of your phone. Try to like blow upwards or something. You know, like up into the sky. You must be playing like a YouTube video in the background or something. Yeah, because during the winter, I could communicate with you way better than in the summer, because of the tow. No, but I know if he is trying to get sober, they have a lot of programs out here. But I don't know if that's what he's really trying to do. But just because he's getting sober, though, just because he's getting sober doesn't mean everybody's gonna be like, oh, we're gonna forget everything you said and did. Because then you don't want somebody to get sober over a stipulation like that. No, I just know about it, you know, and I know there's a bunch of programs for him out here if he's really serious about it. I don't. Again, I don't. This is just what you haven't even heard everything I said, because it kept coming in and out. No, I'm just saying, like, he has to make it clear, like, the real reason why he came. I mean, like, if I was him, I would have been like, well, I can't really stay at my parents like that. You know what I mean? I was working. I lost the car. I was doing really good in Maine, and that's what I'm just saying. That would be him being real. You know, I was doing really good in Maine, and then I left because I was getting all paranoid. But you know, because over here he could, from all the work that he already did, he could open that stupid hot dog thing that he wants to, and everybody says that it's gonna make money. That I've been talking to, and I would be like, it'd be good for him, you know. And I would just be like, I could probably help him with like where to get the funding from, and be like, you don't owe me anything. Just when I need to move, I want you to help me. Actually, no, I want your kids to help me because I trust the kids a little more. Especially after when I seen him, and then I showed it Elijah Josiah. I was like, yeah, he was like, when he saw me, it was like he smiled, but he was frowning on it with his eyebrows and stuff, and I was just like, man, what the fuck? And I only seen a couple people smile like that. And then that's what I'm saying. Some people have something in them that I don't even think they even know what it is. Why they're like nice to me and then they just flip on me and say I'm the devil. And then they say I'm judging, but I'm not judging, and I'm like, you guys don't even know what you're talking about. But what it is, it's almost like I'm ripping a Band-Aid off, right? And some people don't like it when I rip off the freaking Band-Aid. But yeah, but Mom, I've been this way my whole life. I've been this way, and it's not a bad thing. You know what I mean? Everybody has their own things. Like, oh, you can't call them the B word, and they act stupid, or you can't do this, you can't do that. I don't see it as, well, and I'm okay with that. But then when I'm bringing up something, it can't be a big deal. That's all I'm saying. No, but again, what you don't see is that people are willing to understand other people, right? And I'm willing to try to understand why people are the way they are, but do they really even give a fuck about trying to understand me? No, nobody really gives a fuck. I'm just wrong, right? So that's what I'm saying. It's not. Yeah, yeah. Not a lot of people think about what the fuck I think about. My bad. I mean, not my bad, because again, God created us for a reason, and you guys don't think about what the things I think about, and I think about the things you guys don't think about sometimes. And sometimes we think about the same things, like inventions and things, but not everything is going to be always be the same, you know. Like even like in my head, you know, I'm still trying to understand like where this whole step parent came from, and then people thought this was a good idea, or was it more just for what, sex and having a partner or companionship? What people are looking for, which that's when they say you should buy a dog, because whoever is your husband and whoever is your wife, it's supposed to be equality, through thick and through thin, rich and through poor, wellness and sickness. So alcoholism is actually a sickness. But you should wait. People should wait before they even date people like that. You know what I mean? Like, to understand that, you know, the more I keep learning about it, the more I'm like, it's not really a good thing to be an alcoholic. And then when you go to places that are calling you alcoholic, and then your families are calling you alcoholic, and then you're like, what? And then you know, it's not good. But then I don't believe everything everybody says. You know, I already know who I am. And I'm honest with myself. Other people aren't. They hide their shit, I guess. They hide a lot of their stuff.
There may never be a better time to start diversifying your assets with Capital Consumers. Right now, it's easy to get started. Just pick up
Yeah, this is good.
and call U.S. Money Reserve. Don't wait until
What?
start securing your financial.
I don't know. You're talking in a part of your apartment that I can't really hear you usually, and I don't know why you keep going into that area. Or it's your phone case, because I noticed a couple of times your phone case would block the microphone, and I couldn't even when I was talking on it. Yeah. Yeah, but it's not all the natives that lost their land. It's just some of them that lost their land, and the other ones came back to reclaim their land, and then even in you know the Irish side of my family, some people could just change their name to the last name Ireland. So that's where I'm like, you know what I mean? I'm like, wait, you don't act motherfucking Irish. You think just drinking beer makes you Irish? Get the fuck out of here. Nah, that's not what made us Irish. Irish was we look out for our own. You know what I mean? Oh, you're gonna try to come at us? We're gonna make a court against you. Fuck you. You ain't gonna come our island and tell us what the fuck to do. Like, you know, if you really think about it, you know how many people are racist against Irish people just because of the way they are? Or, you know, Because an Irish person, we like the woods and shit, like, and, you know, and we like training, and we like make music. I mean, lords of dance, right? That's their type. That's their type of dance. You know what I mean? Which is why people like me, when I was a kid, I wanted to tap dance. I didn't even know that was a thing. That's basically what Lord of Dance is. It's like it's a bunch of footwork. Yeah, I was watching some of the Medias yesterday. Some of them are really like messed up. Like some of them are like scenarios. Oh, he doesn't. He doesn't. And at the end of the movie, I was watching the credits, and it was like, he's like, I made this movie. All these characters are fictionists, and even if it relates to some of your family members, that's not where I got it from. And so I was watching it, right? And one of the girls was, she had kids, right? And she didn't really want to take care of them. And she liked drugs, I guess. So she would sell some of her kids off for drugs, which I didn't even know was a thing. I didn't even think that was in any of Tyler Perry's movies. I thought most of them were more comedy and shit. But I was like, damn, that's fucking deep. And then the aunt is like, I don't want to take care of them. And they're like, yeah, but you got a big ass house. You're the only one that can take care of them. She's like, yeah, but I don't want to take care of them. They're not my kids. This is the aunt. I just want, and she's like, so what do you want to do? Just chill here, drink beer or drink alcohol and smoke cigarettes? And then don't pay, and then don't give money to the homeless person? And I'm like, and then steal the alcohol bottle? And then she's like, and then you wonder why you don't get on the stage and you can't even sing from your heart, you know? You're about to show John Q. John Q is a good movie. I don't know if you've seen that. That's the one with Danny Glover, right? The black guy, and he's like, he has a son, and the son needs a heart, and he tries to look for a heart, but he can't find one. And then he goes and he holds a hospital hostage, and then that's when they flash the donor card thing, where somebody was on a donor card, and then a truck comes out of nowhere, smashes into it, and then voila, a fucking heart appears. But if I remember correctly, the heart that they got, they didn't even put it into the heart because it was like God healed the child without them even needing the heart. And then he's still in a jail. The movie was trying to say he was doing all he could to protect his kid. In Alaska, that's what they say. They're like, yeah, they're like, there's bears everywhere. They're like, the bears are fine though. They're like, as long as you're not in between them and their kid, they're okay with you. But if their kid runs in between you guys, because the kids are, you know, the baby cub bears are dumb, they're curious, then that bear is gonna fucking attack him.
He's out there all by himself. He's gonna be okay. We're gonna find out. For sure? Yeah, I'm gonna call you to watch.
And even wolves, the way they act is different than a husky. Because, like, they were showing wolves and they were chasing this little bear cub. It was like a group of them. And then the husky wanted to go out and help the little bear cub and starts, like, barking and stuff. And then the owner's like, oh, the bear cub. And then they save the bear cub. And then the husky is standing, not in between, but, like, near the baby and the bear, the black bear. And then the owner's like, get away from the black bear. He's like, no, don't get near the baby. And the dog just sitting there like, man, I'm from the fucking snow area. There's a reason why they call me Husky. It's a half wolf, half dog. But it's not the regular wolf. It's like those Lobo wolves, those big ass wolves from back in the day that, you know. And even in the Amazon, right? I was looking, there was a video, this guy, he goes to camp in Amazon, and this leopard came in, right? And the leopard is so smart, they were able to unzip the freaking tent, right? And then sneak inside. And then and then he wakes up and he sees the leopard laying on him. He's like, what the hell? And And then he hears all these coyotes around him. And he's like, I wonder if he was trying to protect me or he's just trying to hide. And then, you know, he's hanging out there for another month because he's trying to get to be a part of the tribe that live in the Amazon, one of the tribes. And so you got to survive out there, basically outside the city for a while. And that's what I'm saying. Leopards are just like every other animal. They can tell if somebody's a good person, with good intentions from a long, like, I don't even know if they could tell the future or something, but it's like they could, I don't know. And they even showed that dogs that they could smell, right, evil. And when they smell evil, their nose doesn't want to even inhale it, like, because they got big ass noses. And that's why their mouths, as soon as they're around evil, they start like showing their teeth and stuff, because they can't even really breathe when they're around evil people that well. But I always wanted a Baltimore Husky. I always wanted one of those. Huskies, though. Huskies, I like Huskies because that's what I'm trying to say. You know how I have all this energy, right? And I got to use a beer sometimes to lower it down, or I use marijuana, or I got to do work. You know, like I'll stay when I go to Incas. I'll just stay in the backyard for a while because I don't get tired like you guys do. I need like I just walked to the store with freaking sandals again because my feet are so freaking hot, and I was just like, yeah, feel good. Yeah, I don't mind some of my old roommates coming over here because Billy was my old roommate and stuff too. I just don't want them to come over here and be on some dumb shit. I want them to be sober. I mean, I don't care if you have a beer, but don't. Billy, I remember numerous times we had a beer and he'll drink a beer and then he'll just get all depressed and shit. I'm like, yo, what the fuck? And he'll be like, man, this is stupid. What am I even doing? I'm like, man, why are you even here? Like, I'm just trying to chill, you know, play some little video game. Watch people beat up each other like in UFC and listen to some music. No, what I'm saying is that he, man, because you guys, that's what I'm saying. I can never force anybody to have the perception that they have of me. I can't force that, you know what I mean? Because everybody has the right to have their own thoughts. But I let people know that I don't portray anybody like that in my head, you know what I mean? Like, I don't put anybody in any category like that. I'm more like observe, and then I say what I say, and then you guys, well, you're trying to shrink me, or what are you trying to study me? And it's like, what the fuck you mean? Like, to not be the way I am? To not, you know? Because I could listen just as much as I could talk. But Josiah looked really good when I saw him. It looked like he needed that. He looked younger, so he needed his own space where he could probably smoke his weed. And there ain't no law against that. And then that's the thing, like it's like, what is the worst? What is the worst? What is the worst they could be? It's just fucking weed. I understand if it was like crack or something, then we'd be like, oh, intervention. But if it's just weed, and he ain't stealing from his mom, then that's fine. You know, I would say it's fine as long as you got your bills paid, man. You want to fucking smoke and you're an adult. Yeah, and I know next time Elijah shows me a stupid ashtray that had nothing in it. It was weird. It was like I see the ashtray, it had nothing in it, and I had something in my pocket. I was trying to take it out because it smelled like weed, and I was just like, I don't want to smell it right now. Cause I don't like. You guys don't even know. I don't even like the smell of it, really. Yeah, and then Inca comes down, and it's the only thing in the ashtray, and I'm like, yeah, I know it's gonna look stupid, like I just smoked, but. Like, it was weird seeing an ashtray with nothing in it. And it had all these ashes and shit. And I was like, well, I'll put something in it. Because I don't know why the fuck he showed it to me. I was like, wait. Oh, I think he wanted to give it to me, but it was like a huge ass ashtray, and I was like, I don't want that. I think even if you have a prescription for weed, though, you should give yourself a break from smoking sometimes, you know, like, which I do. I don't smoke every night. Because then it's like, it might mess with your mind, and then you'll be running for the fucking, the weed without thinking like, wait, what about my breakfast? What about my exercise before I go? What about my run that I usually do? That should be before I even go get my script. And then I went a whole year, or not a whole, I went a whole month without it, and then I went, like, yeah, I went mad months. Because before I came up here, I quit like 2 months before I even came over here. Because the work that God gave me, I wasn't able to do it while being high. Like, you can't do that job while being, I mean, maybe. But, like, any work I do on this planet, like, I like to do it sober. You know, and I tried doing it the other way, like, trying to see how these people did it, but I was like, no, I can't do that shit. And I see it makes you slower. But if Billy is around, you know, I could probably show him how to, like, survive a little bit out here the correct way, you know, and then hopefully he can learn everything he learned down there, and then plus up here, and then don't tell nobody his motherfucking anniversary. You know what I mean? That's what I'm hoping we can get him to, because that's what I'm trying to tell my friends that want to move over here, right? Or my old roommates that want to. I'm trying to like tell them like if you guys are gonna come out here, it's like don't come out here to sell them fucking drugs, like fucking, unless it's weed. I don't care about weed. You could sell weed, you know. But like the other shit, I don't want that shit out. I don't want that shit out here. I don't know. But you know this one girl, right? That right? She's from New York, right? And anyway, so she married this dude, right? That came to the city I was born in, right? He's not from there, right? And he started selling all these messed up drugs, and I'm just like, why the fuck would you marry somebody like that and expose your kids to this? Because he went to jail, he was in the newspaper and everything, but the judge was too nice and let him out. If it was me, he would have threw me in there for like probably the rest of my life. And I was like, yo, that's fucked up. That's fucked up. Like, and then I looked on Facebook, right, and this is like 5 years later, and then now she's saying that she has a low immune system, which means basically AIDS. So that's probably the only reason why she was with them. But I'm like, she already had kids. And the world rewards a mother that has kids but doesn't remarry more than the ones that remarries. If you really see it, like, even nature rewards the one that doesn't remarry, right? Even the movies, like the cartoons I show you, you get rewarded by staying true to your morals. And then even if it means you got to go into a mountain and, you know, your village doesn't like you, who gives a fuck about that village? Yeah, and you see, that's where the power is. In the person, just like the person that climbed Machu Picchu and they found her body up there, there's a difference between I'm just going to deal with an oppressor or people trying to tell me what the fuck to do and take all my shit and then want to fight me every day of my fucking life, to where, like, I'm going to go to a place you ain't even want to live. You ain't want to be. And you won't probably survive. And even if you go, a snake is going to come out of nowhere and bite the shit out of you. Because I feed the snakes sometimes. I feed the squirrels. I feed the fucking birds. And if a jaguar ain't going in and attacking people like how everybody thinks they are, it just goes to show, just like the dog doesn't attack me, you know what I mean? And I saw the lady that was out there that was like, oh yeah, he's a snitch. And I was just like, bitch, you just moved here in my head because I'm observant. But you don't want to say that out loud because then somebody could say some other shit, and I ain't trying to make problems with neighbors. But then I seen her with her dog, and her dog, it was like just like almost every other dog I see that I meet out here. It's like, I don't like my owner. I wish you could be my owner. And they look at me, and then they would have to go with the owner. I'm like, man, if I had the land, when I do get the land, I will make a little dog park type shit. Or a dog oasis. And that's what I'm saying. You see, like, I have neighbors that got animals and shit, right? To me, this is too small for me to have a dog with me or a cat. And I know I would step on the cat if I had a cat here. Because there's not enough room for him to get out of my way. So you got your Christmas tree up? Hello? Now I heard yeah. Remember, I'm not there, so it's got to go through the phone into an antenna and then come back down. Oh yeah, see, so the neighbor's saying like last time he saw her, he was like, I'm sorry. He's like, my wife is in the hospital. I've been going through a lot, and that's why I kind of like snapped at you. So you see, that's a man. A man thing would apologize and mean it. And a boy, right? Because I was a boy, right? A boy would apologize and still break that apology or promise. Because apologizing is different than sorry. Apologizing means, definition-wise, you'll never do it again. Yeah, and little kids love dogs. Oh, it's a neighbor. So the neighbor. So he's one of those neighbors that knocks on your door and he's like, yeah, my bad. And lets you know why he was acting emotional, kind of. Especially men, men are like, yeah, my bad. I don't usually act like that. I don't even know what the fuck that was. A good man would, And then everybody would smile and be like, that took courage. I see one old lady, she brought her pit bull to a zoo, and then it jumped over the barrier, and then it's trying to fight a freaking, not a chihuahua, the thing that lives in Africa, the fucking things that laugh all the time, the dogs that laugh all the time, what the hell they're called? Oh yeah, the hyenas, yeah, those are, yeah, hyenas, yeah. And as soon as it goes to bite the hyena goes and just bites its mouth, and then you can see that the pit bull is like, ah, and starts to try to get out of there. And everybody that knows about those freaking dog-looking things, I don't know what the fuck they are, hyenas, that they could break bones with their teeth. And you see, a pit bull could lock on and not let go, but it can't break bones with its teeth. Like a freaking one of those freaking hyenas. So the hyena went and bit its mouth, and I was just like, man, this dog is done. Like, and this fucking hyena ain't even trying. And if it was in the wild, it wouldn't have been alone. It would have been with more hyenas, and that dog would have been gone. But people buy the pit bull because they're kind of like, they look intimidating because they got a big ass head and shit. The dogs, though, that most people in the military and stuff use, and the police, though, is the German Shepherd. Because the German Shepherd is almost, it's like, the boss of a lot of dogs. Out here though, since I've been out here, and I walked that night, I still haven't seen no wolf yet. I would have thought I would have saw more wolves up here. Because what I'm trying to do is kind of train one, but to live outside, you know, like. And then there's one dude in Siberia. He trained these dogs, and he trained them differently by just feeding them. He didn't have to hit them like the way that they were kind of taught in Alaska, around that area. The law of the fang and the club. And because he gives the dogs like his food instead of giving them like some weird ass canned food from some other place, you can see when he gives the dogs the food that their eyes, because they're wild wolves, but their eyes get all watery, like and then you can see they're actually smiling too. The dogs, I'm like, yo, you tamed these freaking 3 wolves, Siberian wolves, which look different. With food, you didn't have to hit them with a club like how they taught us up here, how we were supposed to, in Alaska. But if I remember correctly, that's the alpha wolf that you're going to have to beat up, but to be the leader of the pack. But that's always. And then what people are about to look at it, right, is that, hey, wait, I think God created that animal as well. And he created me. So how are we going to communicate with each other? Because there's been a bunch of wolves that have been killed by humans, you know, in America over years. And most of the time it was like, oh, they're stealing my chicken or whatever. And it's like, man, if you guys just give them a chicken, don't you think they will look out for you? Give them one chicken and And like the way of the wolf is where, like, let's say it steals your chicken or whatever, it will next year it will bring another fucking animal, like a raccoon or something. It will bring another animal for food to show, like, you know, because that's the Native American way as well of the East Coast. It's like, and that's what I'm saying. I'm not from the. I was raised in the East Coast, but I'm not really from there, so that's why my mind says different things when somebody steals my shit. But according to, you know, the natives that were on the East Coast, it's like, if you steal our food, we won't go to your village and attack, right? But you got to replace that food within a year. You know, we see that you're not from here, because that's what I'm saying. For the longest, people have been coming to North America, you know, from all over the planet. See, you're not from around here. We always make extra food just in case, you know. And we bury it, and you guys found the stash, but you got to replace it, and if you don't, then you're seen like an enemy. And they would do the people from the East Coast, they would do this not only with people that came on boats, they would do it to other Native Americans too that were there, that were from another family or tribe. They'd be like, nah, yeah, you got to replace it, and if you don't replace it, and you don't grow the corn that you stole or this and this and that, then you're not welcome in our territories anymore. Our territories we protect. Remember, the way of the land is in America, we don't really own it, you know. We just live on it, and we're supposed to make it better, protect it. I mean, even like with plants, with studies, people realized, you know, that we could make a plant poisonous if we kill too many of them, it'll become poisonous. Like if you kill too many banana trees, that shit start to turn poisonous. So it's like, even when there's a banana tree, you should never take the last banana. Always leave the last banana. Like, That's going to grow into another tree. You're not supposed to take all of the food or all the fish and not even feed the fish or feed the tree. And Native American way was feeding the freaking the plants and the corn with dead fish and a lot of Europeans didn't even know that's a secret to growing corn in almost any climate. And then it's like, who taught that Native American about that? And it goes all the way back to what they would say in some Native Americans, the Great Spirit. But even like, you know, you see, that's what I'm saying. In the north, they call the north the Turtle Island, right? But down south, in South America, they didn't call North and South island. They would just call it what it was. They were like, there's North America, there's South America, there's Central America, there's this ocean on the right where these damn Spaniards keep coming from, and then there's one on the left. These Chinese people be coming in their weirdo boats. And I'm so glad I'm an Incan, because we're in the center, so they got to go through all the Chilean border, the Bolivia border before they even get here. But that's also American way, where it's like they don't treat people because of their color of skin or because you speak a foreign language. They don't treat you like you're a piece of shit or you're out of place. Because remember, they don't see that they own the land. They just see it as they protect it. So they see you as a traveler, and they want you to know that, yeah, you try us, we're gonna fuck you, we're gonna freaking kill you. You know what I mean? And throw you in the woods, and nobody didn't know any wiser. And no fires. And that's the thing, that's another thing. No, they're like, no, you can't burn any trees out there. So that's another thing. So I don't even know how they cook their food then. Or you can't, or they cook it probably outside the forest canopy maybe. Because they do have fire pits, but yes, it's not in the forest. It's like on the outskirts where their houses are. Some of them. And the shaman usually lives inside because he knows how to communicate with animals. Yeah, even looking at, right? These shows like these, I guess, dark-skinned people shows. I don't even know, you know, because Josiah, he likes to be called back. He's like, you know, my girl dates a black man. I'm like, for real? I thought she was dating you. And he's like, I am black. And I'm like, you're not black. Okay, if you want to be called black, you can be called fucking black. But can we really go to the story of what black is? Black had nothing to do. Like the black flag had nothing to do with your skin color. Black flag was like more like pirate type shit. Yeah, my definition of pirate was like, if I was ever a pirate, I'm gonna rob the pirates. No, I'm just kidding, you know what I mean? You know, like, I'm gonna rob the regular ass people. I'm gonna rob other pirates because I think it's kind of messed up. I mean, like, it's like you can't trade in like avocados and shit. Beer, you gotta steal this shit. I don't like it. Even in Ireland, you see, there were some people that they thought that shit was good. The barbarians were called in other places, but it was like, not all, everybody's so stupid like that. Like, oh yeah, I'm gonna take their shit. He drinks coffee with no sugar. That shit nasty. That's how I used to drink it. That would be cool, right? Every time you go to the doctor's office, they have like a nice cup of coffee ready for you, or a cup of tea. Hell yeah, I'll be going there all day. No, I'm just kidding. No, I wouldn't. And I was trying to like interact with me, but you can see that he doesn't really like me that much, and I already know. I know how it is. A lot of people that Inka introduced me to that she dated didn't believe that I was her brother. They thought I was like an ex-boyfriend and shit. And I'm like, you guys are fucking stupid. Like, you guys are fucking stupid. Like, you've been lied to so much in life. You don't even believe the person you're sleeping with is telling you the truth. And then that's what I'm saying. Even out on the planet, there's people that are like, oh, if you're black, you gotta sleep with a black woman. Or if you're white, you gotta. It's like, nah, come on, guys. What the fuck? They ain't no fucking Aryan natural race bullshit. And if they're and then if you guys really don't give a fuck about that shit, why the fuck are you guys getting tans and shit? You know what I mean? Why are people trying to look darker? Like, what the fuck? Go roll around in some dirt. No. And again, that's messing the skin up, right? Trying to look darker than you're supposed to be, burn yourself in the sun. Like I met so many white girls that they were trying to do that. I was like, man, you guys, I was like, you didn't get skin cancer. And like, but at least I'll get a tan. And I'm like, you're fucking stupid. In my head, I don't say stuff like that to women because, you know, they'd be like, I'll never be able to learn more. They won't ever let me come back over, and I won't be able to learn more, like how stupid some of these people are. Yeah, I think it's better to think it like this, you know, that there's bad women and there's bad men. They don't get presents on Christmas. No, I'm just kidding. You can't just be like, only men are bad and those are why the women are bad. No, that's feminist. And not the definition of feminism. What they were trying to show. Like, real feminism is like, we're trying to show you there's a difference between you and us. And I'm like, yeah, there is. And I appreciate that there's a difference. And the other ones are like, feminists mean, oh, I just hate men. And it's like, no, that's not what feminism means. It means there's masculine and feminine. Doesn't mean one could win in a life-to-death battle or the other because of these words. It means women are more feminine. Women like hugging. Men, weirdos like hugging. They're like, can I get a hug? Sounds weird, right? Oh, they're playing Uno. You see, this is a game I can play at Inca's house. Uno? I can play Uno, maybe. And you see all the adults have a drink. I'm watching a show right now. All the adults have a drink and the kids got candy canes. And you see, I don't like wine, but I would still drink it if we're having a good card game. And what sucks is that, you know, with a lot of media too, like with what we've been looking and researching with phones, some phones would say that all black people are bad. And then the other ones would be like, all white people are bad. And the other ones would be like, it's all the El Salvadorians or all the fucking tan people. And then it's like, man, the farther we go on those paths, the less American we become. Because American is supposed to be like what I want to see at churches that has many colors in the fucking chap in the room. I don't want to see just one color skin. No. That doesn't make me feel like we're on the right path. Because I'm trying to get people to not give a fuck about skin color or race, ethnicity. maybe a little ancestry because some of these kids want it. But I want to know that the true American started alone and was guided by God and was able to do things other people couldn't do that didn't follow God, that they followed the sun in America, because that was the religion. A lot of people follow the sun. Not everybody in Peru did, though, but, you know, that's what I'm saying. Sometimes we're very good at acting like we do. Plain stupid. And I'm okay with that, but not against each other. And I know it's so, and this is what, like, you remember when I first came out here, I was like, man, I'm sick and tired of people talking to me how they want to talk to other people. I was like, why are you going to talk to me that way? I'm not that person that you're talking to. And actually, it's a sign of disrespect, you know? Well, I'm just trying to prepare myself for talking to this other person because I think they're like you. And it's like, no, they're not like me. Nobody's like me on this planet. You play video games. Many people play video games. That doesn't mean somebody's like me. But yeah, eventually it seems like even though I'm younger, that I do become the bigger brother even to older people. When Billy did go back to Connecticut, though, he stayed sober. So that's a good thing. That's what I'm saying. I think he's trying to show that because a lot of people are like, they got to leave their cities to get sober. That he's trying to show that you can to prove it. But I know he said he wants to stay in Connecticut because of his daughter. If he's up here, I think if he does good out here, he can make a good, comfortable place for his daughter to come. But he needs to understand that his daughter might not want to go because all of her friends are in Connecticut right now. So she makes new friends, and then as a good man, you'd be like, well, my daughter's feelings. Yeah, I should be able to understand because I was a kid at one time and I didn't want to have to leave my school and have to meet new people and be the new fucking kid again. I know me personally, I did not like being the new kid. Other people used to like it. I did not like being the new kid because it kept fucking happening and I was like, I ain't the fucking new kid. You're the fucking new kid. I'm from here. You ain't fucking from here. And I'm like, yeah, what the fuck? I'm like the only one that actually looks Native American. And I'm only half. But I was born here, so I'm full fucking Native American, you know, and that's what I'm saying. They're trying to make people forget who they are. You're not Native American, you're white. Well, where the fuck were you born? In America. So you're American then. You're not fucking white. White is a concept they made. White is a concept they put on me when I was a kid. And I used to use it to get out of trouble. They're like, oh, you put Hispanic this time. And I'm like, yeah, I want to see how you're going to treat me differently if I put Hispanic. Oh, you should put white, because you're white. I'm like, what the fuck is white? So their horses are metal. So, yeah, let's do some of the fucking horses. And then hopefully, they'll disappear and be like they never existed. Oh, they're doing the hand thing where everyone puts their hands together. Remember they used to do that?
Someone's calling. I think it's Sarah.
Alright.
With all this focused on progress, it's easy to feel like you
Russia isn't for beginners. No.
opportunities in the precious metals market. The good news is that gold has risen more than 30% in just the past year. And there are signs of a slight uptrend so far. Here's the U.S. Treasury. Some sales figures begin showing a drop in bullion values. Now, gold is over $300 per ounce, and many have said the last drop will begin to force simultaneous increases in silver and gold together. Now, gold prices are soaring. Many analysts believe that this is a golden opportunity. 20 years ago, if you had $100,000, you could have put it in the bank or you could have put it in a checking account. If you chose
You
the
should have
bank,
lost his
that
hand.
same money today would be worth about $180,000. But what does that actually buy you compared to 20 years ago? Now, if you put that same $100,000 into gold bullion in 2020 and gold was around $300 an ounce, you could have purchased roughly 325 ounces of gold.
This is gonna be the last day to get it for crazy.
But now with gold prices running at $300 an ounce, that's over 10 times the
U.S. taxpayer funding has flowed into these funding networks. And we found a network of NGOs. It's not just the Soros Network, the Open Society Network, it's other funding networks, the Arabella Funding Network, the Tides Funding Network, Neville Roy Singham and his network for cash. And it's also big left-wing funders. Some of them are not citizens of this country.
Do you know the name of any of the funders? Do you know the name? Because if you do, I'd like you to get to cash your man.
Absolutely.
Good, Steve.
Yeah, we'll do
As soon as you can, that's all of you. But these are people who do not have good intention for the country. Treason is probably something that you could, if you, very important if you could do that.
Oh, funny shit, when you naturally just gotta protect yourself. Because people is always gonna try to be weird towards you or count you out, overlook you on purpose and hate on you just because you got that touch that nobody else got and you carry effect that they don't. You gotta watch out for people like that because they hate what's in you, not what's on you. People like that is dangerous. So pay the fuck attention for them snakes and them hating ass niggas. They'll do anything. Oh, funny shit, when you naturally...
This is crazy. The Somalis in Minnesota just got busted with that biggest fraud yet, where they're stealing taxpayer money meant for kids with autism. Then what you expect, they're pirates.
What do you expect, the pirates?
He's pissed.
President Donald Trump posting on Truth Social that he will terminate the temporary protected status for Somalis in Minnesota. In his post, he says the reason is, quote, Minnesota, under Governor Walz, is a hub of fraudulent money laundering activity. I am, as the President of the United States, hereby terminating, effective immediately, the temporary protected status, TPS program, for Somalis in Minnesota. Somali gangs are terrorizing the people of that great state, and millions of dollars are missing. Send them back to where they came from. It's over, President DJT, end quote.
He actually said it this time. Go back where you came from. But listen at this fraud.
Go back to where you came from.
Stunning report from the City Journal showing a massive fraud scheme in Minnesota. You have to hear about this. It involves false autism claims, the Somali community, and connections to a terror group. Let's explain. Over at the wall. Now, it all revolves around autism and HSS program. That is Minnesota's Medicaid Housing Stabilization Services. Now, this was created to help seniors, addicts, and others find housing. The criteria to enter this program was incredibly loose, and therefore easy to take advantage of. It's led to fraud and costs absolutely exploding. Just 5 years ago, in 2020, costs for this program were $2.6 million. 4 years later, by 2024, costs had been over $100 million, 104. Through the first 6 months of this year, costs are at $61 million, meaning if you double that over the entirety of the year, you're looking at $122 million. In 5 years, from $2 million to $122 million. Now why? 6 people are accused of defrauding HSS. They're members of the Somali community, but this just gets worse. If we take a look at Minnesota's federally funded autism program. Now, several people, in this example, a woman in the Somali community, are co-conspirators, and they're accused of recruiting kids. Autism therapy. They brought in families, had them convinced to get their kids diagnosed as autistic. In fact, these families ultimately ended up having various social services bid for their children, competing with the number of size of check that they would get. It didn't matter if the kids had autism. And what happened? Autism claims to Medicaid surged. In 2018, $3 million.
Yeah, I was online. And then, yeah, you remember how I was telling you how they were trying to say everybody's kid was autistic? That was a part of the scam that people were doing on the, and they only do it on the borders of America. So let's say if I never moved, I would have never even knew that shit happened. It's only on the border countries. Like, border countries would be like, not for nothing, Maine, all the way to the right, all the way to Oregon, Texas, all the way over there. But anyway, they were giving them some of our tax dollars, right? These people that aren't from this country, they came illegally. And this is from Somalia, though, which is part of Africa. Had these doctors come with them that basically diagnosed the kids as autistic, which then takes money from there, which then increases the insurance premiums on it. But they're not really autistic. So this is the thing I've been trying to go against, and there's like a lot of people that are for it because they, you know, for instance, for example, it'll be like people like, you know, Inca that says her kids have autism, right? They're from here, so it's a little different, but I know what autism is, and they don't have it. And it's better for them not to have it, because if they say they have autism, they're going to take their right to bear arms, so they won't be able to protect their land when they acquire it. You know, I mean, you don't really need the gun. You need a strong faith, but it's always going to have a gun as well. But yeah, that's what I'm saying. Even with the, you know, I'm trying to say, with these weirdos up here that are trying to say to focus on your inner child, they're trying to like devolve people. Like, really think about it. You don't want to forget anything from your childhood or now. And if you know anything about Incan culture wasn't about forgetting. It was like they were trying to get people to remember everything they went through, because you need to remember it to go to the next level. And when people don't, that's when they open their door to random fucking strangers, you know. That's what it seems like. And if you guys don't have the ayahuasca, I don't know if you guys can prevent them from coming. So that's what I'm saying. Sort of like, as long as people don't know where I'm at, I don't have to worry about them coming over here, right? Because there's people that want to live where I live. But they won't. Like, if there was a war, they would fucking jump on a car and they won't fucking fight like I would. So that's what I'm saying. They want to fight to protect their land. I don't want to be around people that don't protect their land. But you? Because that land will get taken over real quick if people don't. That's what I'm saying. That's why U.S. You know why we've been U.S. for so long? It's because we have our own militias with the Minutemen. And if we don't train Elijah, Josiah, our descendants in this shit, it's like you guys are going to forcing them to become fucking slaves in the future, because they're going to think that, you know, this is the way it's supposed to be. We're supposed to always live to fight to another day, but we also got to train them a certain way. And you guys can train them a certain way, but I can train them in another way that you guys don't know. Even my dad, he was in the military, but I could train people in ways they don't train people out there like that. Now they're definitely doing it, but back in the day they didn't do that shit. Yeah, and there's a lot of people that join the military too, and that's the only way they become U.S. citizens. In Alaska, it's different though. A lot of people don't know. You know, in Alaska, the military over there is different. It's like, yeah, Alaska is part of the United States, right? But they have their own military separate from the United States, where they just protect their own state, you know. So they have different rules. And what they do is, I don't know if you know this, but they pay them more money than they pay anybody on the inland. And you know why? Is because that was the deal that they made in Alaska. And anybody could have made it in Connecticut and all the other places, but they didn't. They were okay to do the work for less pay, even though it's hazard pay, and then you could die. You know. Yeah. And so what I want is any relatives of me to not get stuck into the system where they're fucking slave the whole time. I want them to go out of it. And regardless if you need hair or not, there's things that people need in life to survive to the next week, which you need in cold climates. You need shelter that you should be able to make yourself. All right. Bye.
Yeah.